Good. Here we go. All right. Good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, August 5th, 2025. It is 9 a.m., and we are going to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. We have Supervisor Wendy Rudascu, Kate Daniels, and Glenn Church in chambers at the moment. Supervisor Lopez and Alejo will be arriving shortly. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda this morning?
Good morning, Supervisors. No changes.
All right. For closed session, we have items number 1A through G. Is there any public comment on our closed session agenda this morning? Public comment on closed session?
No hands raised in Zoom and no one in chambers.
All right. Last call for public comment on closed session. Correct. Yep. Okay. All right. We'll close public comment and we'll recess the Board of Supervisors for closed session and call to order the Monterey County Water Resources Agency for the same date with the same attendance. Supervisors Lopez and Alejo will be arriving shortly. Supervisors Askew, Daniels, and Church are currently in chambers. Any additions or corrections to the agenda this morning?
No changes.
All right. We have closed session items number 1A this morning. Any public comment for closed session item number 1A for Water Resource Agency? We do. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bill Leip. I'm a resident of Monterey County. And I'll just say, because I'm getting used to saying this myself, all honor and glory to God above. Thank you for waking me up this morning. This closed session item, I wrote a letter on it yesterday. You probably got it. It seems very familiar to a lot of the closed sessions that used to happen with Dave Chardevoin. There were many back in 2013 and 14 where actual water policy was being discussed behind closed doors and really needs to be out in the public. And we've just been delaying the inevitable, really. I mean, I've been out there. It's sometimes at great risk to my career and everything else to try and bring the truth forward as to what's going on with water and the kind of projects we should be looking at and actually fix this problem. That's why I ran for supervisor. It was one of the reasons I ran, but it was the primary reason, was to fix this water situation that's really vexed our coastal area for decades and with not a lot of action in actually fixing it. And I do believe there's some good ways to fix it. I think there's some good ways to potentially finance it. I like ERA. I like the staff over there. I hate to see them being dragged in 8 times now in 27 months for performance evaluations when we know from 12, 13 years ago what that meant is that decisions were being made outside the public view, and that simply should not be happening at all. So I wrote my letter. I'm here today for the comment, and I hope that God watches over you all in your closed session, making sure that you take the proper steps and you maintain the public trust, because that's probably the biggest problem with our water situation is a lack of trust by many on all sides now. It's not just a north-south thing. Everybody doesn't trust you, basically. So hope you do it well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for being here with us this morning. Is there anyone else for public comment on our closed session for Water Resource Agency agenda this morning?
There is one hand raised in Zoom, Michelle Clary.
Great. Thank you for joining us, Michelle.
Yes, good morning. I just also want to be in support of the speaker that just spoke, that when we talk about water, when these things go into closed session and we have no idea, and also sometimes looking at your board reports, they're very, for some of these items, they're very generic. And so the public really doesn't understand what's happening with those, yet, we keep getting all these fees and additional taxes for water and water review and wells and water management systems, but with no information on really what that entails. And again, where those funds are being allocated and why. So those things really should be going out to public so that we also get a say in what's being done. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments, Michelle. Thank you for joining us. Any other public comment for our closed session?
There are none.
All right, thank you. We'll close public comment. I'll, for the record, note that Supervisors Alejo and Lopez are with us, and I will pass the chair back over to Chair Lopez.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. All right, then at this point, having concluded the Water Resource Agency closed session public comment, we're going to turn and call the roll for the,
Oh, we're good. We can just recess.
are we good? Okay. All right, then we're going to recess to closed session. We'll return at 10:30. All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and reconvene here as a Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that all members of this board are present, with Supervisor Askew joining us shortly. At this point, I'm going to ask Kenya Cobos, who's joining us remotely, to make the announcement of the interpreter.
Thank you. Good morning, this is Kenya Cobo, Spanish interpreter. Muy buenos días para cualquier persona quien guste dar, presentar palabras o una información en español. Pasa al frente, por favor. Mantenga sus oraciones cortas y breves y al terminar la información, le interpretaré esta información al inglés. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
So I don't think the audio equipment works based on the fact that she's remote. We were just having a conversation. Yeah. We do have closed captioning in room. Si hay alguien que quiere asistir a la junta por leer las palabras que están explicadas en inglés, en español, están escritos en esa televisión ahí en la esquina. Lo siento, es lo que tenemos disponible hoy. Yeah.
I happened to be in the Planning Commission last week, and it was up on this screen as well. Is that a possibility?
So I've been pushing for the use of that software, and we're trialing it in Planning Commission before bringing it here. So that was the other conversation we just had, was I've been pushing for that AI to be used in this form as well.
My apologies.
And yeah, so it should hopefully be usable here soon as well. We're ready. Sounds like we're there. All right. Given all those pieces, I'm going to see if our county council today doesn't mind leading us in the pledge. Please join us. All right. Do we have any additions or corrections to this morning's agenda?
Yes, there is one, and that is to remove item number 43 from the consent calendar for Public Works Facilities and Parks at the request of the department.
That was a removal?
Yes.
Okay, a removal of 43. With that, we're going to proceed to our ceremonial resolutions, items 2 through 4 today. Is there a member of this board who wishes to pull an item from our resolutions for comment? Seeing none, we'll go out to the public. Hearing and seeing none, we'll come back to the board. Is there a motion to approve? I'll second that and ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. So I'm going to ask Andre Mosqueda to join me up here in front for our first presentation. Let's actually get Coach and Mom up here too, and family. Come on up, guys. So this is a big day. I know a lot of you may not remember 2021. We were still on the end tails of COVID, and we did a presentation to this young man when he won his first national title. Today we are celebrating his third national title in boxing. Let's give him a round of applause. Andre fights out of King City, and he has made us proud all across the country, from the Midwest and this last time in Las Vegas. He is showing our families what is possible, even for our small rural communities, and I want to thank him for making us all so proud and showing us everything that is possible for anybody in our community with hard work, great training from Coach Tapia, and the faith and support of your family, who's done an incredible job of raising a young man who has dedication and really a focus on his future and a future for so many who have had the opportunity to train with him and see his dedication. And so it is our honor to recognize that he has captured his third gold medal at the 2025 National Junior Olympic Championship in Las Vegas, Nevada. His latest victory is historic as his first national title, that proving with the perseverance, training, and community support, champions can rise from even the smallest of towns. The final stanza here says that his journey is not only one of personal triumph, but also a story of family, mentorship, and the enduring spirit of community. In a community that believes in its youth, anything is possible. And so I want to congratulate Andre and thank him for continuing to chase his dreams and make us all proud in that process. Let's give him another round of applause. So now, Andre, the last time you were here, you didn't want to share any words. I want to check. Are we ready this time with Title 3, or do we have to come back for 4? All right. Then we'll go to Coach Tapia to share a few words with us.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And like he said, Andre, he started when he was 3 years old. He said 2.5, but I said no, 3. And he was just playing around in the gym. But now, he's very dedicated. He's very focused. And, he got a 3rd national championship. And we still try to get more. See how far we can go and see if we can make it to the Olympic team. So,
round of applause. Any words,
My son's a little bit shy, but we did speak about this, and he wants to say thank you to his community, his coaches, and his family, and everybody for supporting him. And he's very proud of himself and all the recognitions that he's getting. So he just wants to say thank you to everybody, and he wants to keep going forward.
So we're going to get a quick photo. If you guys want to come over, center under the seal with me. Come over this way, Andre. A little closer. Perfect. All right, come over, Coach. Emily, come on, guys. Congratulations, Rena. And I'll share the last time Andre was here, I had him sign a pair of gloves. I just opened a new office in King City last week. The first thing I put up in that new office was those gloves that he signed in 2021. Extremely proud of you. Thank you, Mijo, for being here. All right, next up, Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, and in the meantime, just as a big boxing fan, I watch boxing every Saturday, every weekend. I want to thank, first of all, the coach, Tapia, for mentoring so many young boxers, including Andre. And Andre, I just want to say how proud I am of you to see you keep coming back and keep being the pride of the Salinas Valley. You make King City very proud, but all of Monterey County, you make us very proud. We've had other boxing greats like Ruben Villa be recognized here. I hope that one day we'll recognize you going to the Olympics and even beyond that, one day fighting for a world title. So your community's behind you. Keep working hard and keep up the good work. Muchas gracias.
Almost. It's almost time. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, we've got one more resolution. I'd like to welcome up Dr. John Silva, a patient advocate. We have George Avila with MILPA, Kaylin Figueroa, also with MILPA, and we're going to provide a resolution for World Indigenous Peoples Day. And thank you guys so much for joining us here. And we have someone else too. Emily Cota from MILPA as well. Okay, I'll present some resolutions. And, all right, there we go, thank you. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, all right. Okay, so I'm going to read our resolution here today, and thank you guys so much for being here. We are today proclaiming August 9th, 2025 as World Indigenous Peoples Day here in the County of Monterey under the theme, Indigenous Peoples' Right to Self-Determination, a Pathway for Food Security and Sovereignty. Whereas August 9th is globally recognized as World Indigenous Peoples Day, established by the United Nations to provide and protect the rights of Indigenous people and to recognize their invaluable contributions to the world's cultural heritage, environmental stewardship, and human diversity. The County of Monterey acknowledges that it is located on the traditional lands of the Uslan, Rumsen, Ohlone, and other Indigenous peoples who have stewarded these lands since time immemorial, and where its descendants continue to enrich our community with their enduring presence and vibrant traditions for greater than 10,000 years. Indigenous peoples across the globe have faced and continue to face historical and ongoing injustices, including colonialization, displacement, loss of languages and cultural practices, barriers to political and economic inclusion, and yet continue to demonstrate extraordinary resilience, strength, and leadership in revitalizing cultures, protecting ancestral knowledge. Here in Monterey County, we are committed to fostering an inclusive and equitable community that honors our diversity, promotes restorative practices, and seeks meaningful engagement with Indigenous communities. World Indigenous Peoples Day provides an opportunity for our residents and organizations and institutions to deepen our understanding of Indigenous histories, contemporary issues, and to celebrate Indigenous art, culture, and wisdom, and to support efforts that advance justice, sovereignty, and self-determination. Indigenous peoples throughout the world are the most valuable to many are vulnerable to many threats that posed by technological progress and environmental side effects. So today we're presenting a resolution here with the Board of Supervisors for Monterey County that proclaim August 9th as World Indigenous Peoples Day, encouraging all of our residents to reflect upon our rich cultural heritage here in Monterey County and the profound resilience of Indigenous peoples of the past, present, and future, and confirming our commitment, our ongoing commitment to build relationships with Indigenous communities, to support initiatives that elevate Indigenous voices, and to continue engaging in actions that promote equity and reconciliation. Would you like to make any comments, Dr. Silva?
Sure, if I could for a moment. First of all, thank you, Wendy, and your staff, Kmar, for helping us put this proclamation together. It's very much appreciated. And your words in the proclamation are great. All I would add is that we plan on celebrating or commemorating the day on Saturday, August 9th at Natividad Creek Park in Salinas, East Salinas. We're going to start our commemoration at 10 o'clock that morning. It'll just go from 10 to 12. And again, we'll be focusing on that theme of self-determination for Indigenous people through food security and food sovereignty. One of the reasons why we're having this at Natividad Creek Park is because they have a community garden. There's a community garden network, and we all understand the importance of community gardens to food security and food sovereignty. Besides the community gardening presentation, there will also be a reading of the Kominan Nish Efehe One Health Declaration of the Monterey Bay region. And additionally, there will be an update on the pilot program for Indigenous languages that the county is undertaking at Alisal Health Center. So you're all welcome to show up. Natividad Creek Park, 10 a.m. Saturday, and we can discuss this in further detail. Thank you. This presentation at the park will be sponsored by Doctors for a Healthy Salinas, as well as the Milpa Collective. Several of their members are here today. So thank you.
Great, thank you. And would Milpa like to make any comments?
Sure. Just make it quick. All my relations. Thank you.
Fantastic. And we do have details here about how to get this, the World Indigenous Peoples Day event. Let's see here if I can pull this up here. There we go, right there. And you can get more information. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much for being here. And we'll do a round of applause for the work that's being done. What was that?
Can I carry Miranda's, Luis's?
Yeah, for sure. And we'll take a quick photograph. Thanks.
All right, next up on our agenda this morning is our consent calendar. Are there members of this board who wish to remove an item from consent for comment, questions, or alternative action? Oh, sorry. Well, we'll come back to that. 36, was there?
Yeah, if I could just pull 36 to bring back this afternoon.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
36, I'm going to go to the public, see if there's any members of the public who wish to pull an item from consent. I see nobody coming forward, no hands up in room. So we'll bring it back. And 36, you wanted this afternoon? Okay, so we'll bring back 36 this afternoon. Is there a motion to approve consent less item 36?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? The motion carries. We'll jump back to appointments. Items 5 through 7. Is there a member of the public who wishes to comment on the appointments? Seeing nobody coming forward, no hands up via Zoom, I'll bring it back. Got a motion from Alejo. Second from Daniels. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. With that, we're at general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to share comments regarding items not on today's agenda, but within the purview of this board. We invite folks to use the raise hand function, *9 via landline in order to be recognized online. We're going to go.
Exhausting, but well worth it. So. Yeah, it's totally awesome too. It is a pretty cool spot. So. Yeah, likewise. Oh, right.
All right, so we'll go with folks in the room first. If somebody wants to come forward, the microphone is there. You got 2 minutes per speaker.
I got you.
Hello, my name is Nina. I live in Carmel. I would like to request the start of implementing a ban of gas-powered leaf blowers in the county in residential areas. There is already a ban in place in many cities, Monterey, Carmel by the Sea. Pacific Grove has a ban in place, but it's not county-wide, so there is a lot of noise pollution from gas-powered leaf blowers, also environmental effects. I listen to the noise on a weekly basis. I'm right on the border between Carmel by the Sea and Carmel. So in Carmel, there is not a ban in place. And there is really no reason to use gas-powered leaf blowers when electric leaf blowers can do the same job. The state of California has already banned the sale of gas-powered leaf blowers, so I don't see why the county cannot just implement a county-wide ban in residential areas. It's also bad for the workers who use those devices. It's very bad for their hearing. They risk hearing loss. It's like they're extremely noisy. They emit like a lot of pollutants into the air, so it's also an environmental impact. And so I've tried to get in touch with the prior district supervisor in district number 5. I didn't succeed, so I know there's a new one. Looking at you, and I see on your website that you have an interest in environmental issues, so I think it would be a really no-brainer just to kind of start implementing a county-wide ban in residential areas. I actually have a really little recording on my video. I thought about playing it, but since I have 2 minutes, I'm not going to do that. I think we all know that they're extremely noisy and completely unnecessary, so happy to follow up with you afterwards to start that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Next.
Hello, good morning, supervisors. My name is Kayla Gomez. I'm the political organizer for SCIU 2015. I'm here joined by our wonderful home care workers of SCIU 2015. I really just wanted to thank you all for your partnership and just express that, it's really important that we listen to the voices of those who are taking care of our most vulnerable. They themselves, as you know, are being impacted by all these federal cuts, these attacks on our immigrant community. And we thank you all for joining us in conversation, for listening to their stories. I know that we're facing very difficult, challenging times right now. And it's going to take all of us working together, working in partnership, getting creative, especially around the budget of how we're going to support home care workers, especially in this county, right? They make $19.24 an hour. Unfortunately, that is not enough nowadays to make a living here, and live in dignity. And they themselves sacrifice so much to be able to provide for our county, to be able to, allow for our tias, our tios, our moms, our dads, our youth in this county to be able to live with dignity in their homes, right? And I think it's fair to say that they deserve the same. They're out there fighting this big fight. I know personally, I've traveled with them to Sacramento, to protect against those budget cuts and those threats. We were able to protect the overtime for our IHSS workers. I've traveled with them to DC. They're in this fight. They've been here, and still they're taking care of folks, right? And they're making these sacrifices. So, I look forward to the conversations we'll have and hope that you all would join me in making it happen, make sure that they get a good living wage. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. Next.
Buenos días, supervisores y todas las personas presentes. Mi nombre es Kenia Amaya. Soy proveedora de cuidado en casa. Cuido a mi hijo. Algunos de ustedes tal vez ya me han escuchado, han sabido de mi historia. Mi hijo tiene 16 años. Es mi único ingreso el trabajar con AHCs. He intentado trabajos extras y no he podido por el cuidado que demanda mi hijo. Yo quise estudiar, yo quise agarrar otro trabajo y no pude. Preferí ser mamá y cuidar de mi hijo. Y la única manera que he podido hacerlo es con el programa de AHCs. Y aquí estoy ahora, no para que me vean como una votante, sino como una persona. Apelo a su humanidad. Los ingresos que nosotros tenemos ahorita son muy bajos. Los ingresos, el aumento del precio de la vida es alto. Entonces nosotros estamos pidiendo que nos den un aumento digno, justo y digno. Porque no solo yo soy proveedora de cuidado, hay personas que cuidan a otras personas y tienen que lidiar con sus familias y con aparte el ingreso. Yo he tenido que lidiar con el sistema de educación, todavía lo estoy haciendo. Mi hijo no va a poder ser, parece, nunca independiente. Él todavía no habla. Y todavía aparte hay que lidiar con las cuestiones económicas. Y otra cosa que quiero decirles que no me parece justo es tener que estar viniendo aquí cada 2 o 3 años a pedir que nos den un aumento justo. Creo que no creo que todos los trabajadores del condado o de...
Gracias.
Tienen que hacer.
Gracias. All right, so Kenya.
Hi. Yes, thank you. Are you able to hear me well? Great. Good morning to everyone present, supervisors. My name is Kenia Maya. I have been a provider for my son, a health provider for my son. And some of you have heard of my story. My son is 16 years old, and being his caretaker is my only income through IHSS. He demands constant care. I have tried securing other jobs or even having a career, but that has been proven difficult. Therefore, I have chosen to continue being a mother and a caretaker to my son. The only type of income that I now have is through IHSS. And I'm here now representing myself, and I am appealing to your humanity to help us raise these low wages because the cost of living continues to skyrocket. I just requesting a dignified and just raise. I know other people who are caretakers themselves, and they also have to deal with their families, low wages, etc. I myself have dealt with the education system, dealing with my son, who is never going to be an independent person. He is nonverbal. In addition to that, it is unfair that I have to come here every 2 to 3 years to request a raise, a fair raise for all workers.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Please. Well,
Buenos días, supervisores del condado. Mi nombre es Luz Sides. Yo soy proveedora de ISSS por 2 años. Soy proveedora de cuidado de mis padres. Mi mensaje hoy es para Luis Alejo, que él es mi supervisor del condado, y quiero pues pedirle que piense en nuestro salario, que es un mínimo salario para todo el trabajo que nosotros hacemos. Nosotros hacemos muchos diferentes trabajos con nuestras personas que cuidamos. Y pues para esta economía, que es bastante difícil, creo que 19.24 por hora no es suficiente para vivir dignamente aquí. Solamente para una docena de huevos tengo que trabajar 1 hora. Y pues yo estoy aquí con todos mis compañeros pidiéndole a usted 100% su ayuda, porque nosotros dimos su voto para que usted tenga este trabajo que tiene ahorita, y necesitamos de su apoyo y esperamos lo mejor de usted. Y pues muchas gracias por su tiempo. Buen día.
gracias. Kenya?
Good morning, supervisors and everyone here present. I am requesting this from directly from Mr. Luis Alejo, who's our supervisor. And the request is for a dignified wage for all workers. We do several different tasks as caretakers. And I think that $19.24 an hour is not enough. We request a dignified living wage. I have to work an entire hour just to buy 1 dozen eggs. Here we're present asking for your help, Mr. Alejo. We voted for you to have your position, and we expect the best out of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, good morning. My name is Silva Dela Cruz. I'm a care provider. I take care of 2 clients that don't have enough hours. I'm there sometimes 7 days a week. And sometimes I feel so bad for them, because they're always telling me that why are they doing all this? Sometimes I don't even know how to answer them no more. It's just, they need a lot of care. They go to doctors. They depend on me going to go get their medicines. They are always depending on me on everything. I mean, I don't even work Saturdays and Sundays, but I'm there. I'm always there for them. And they're always telling me that I'm a good provider, and that they will hate for this IHSS program to end. They're always telling me, well, I hope they give you the best contract. And that's all we're asking for, is for you guys to give us the best contract, what we're looking for, and more hours. And our pay rates is $9.24 an hour. And that's not enough for us, for this community where that we live on. We can't live on that. I'm kind of embarrassed to come up here, but I'm just saying what I'm feeling, and we just want a fair contract. That's all I'm asking for.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, fine board, thank you. I would like to speak because my oldest son received IHS services in our home for his chronic disease. He received care from my wife, who was an RN, and she retired early to be able to take care of him at home. He received about 3 treatments a week at home, maybe totaling 24, 25 hours. And fortunately for us, the finances wasn't a factor. But what is a factor I think you should know about is My son's hospitalizations diminished remarkably when we started doing IHSS care at home, and that was tremendous. And then the other big advantage to this program is that his mental health or his behavioral health really improved by being able to have his care at home, not have to go into a clinic 3 days a week for 6-hour treatments. So apart from all the financial, which you're hearing about, which I agree with, as an ex-primary care provider, the work that these folks do is priceless. Above and beyond that, though, for patient well-being and cost to the system, I believe, is very much diminished with this program. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, John.
Good morning.
Morning.
Adriana Mendoza de Peña, delegate. I represent almost 6,000 members in Monterey County. I just want you to take a minute, well, I don't have a minute, but a few seconds, to think in 2028, get paid less than $21 an hour. What you can do with $21, less than $21. That's the offer, and it's like what? Really? Not even getting paid like what the fast food getting. And it's not saying that they don't deserve, they deserve more pay. And we deserve more pay. Because we do, like Sylvia says, I work for 3 people, my husband, 2 more people. One right now is in a Cypress Coast home. Because I can find a caregiver that for a few hours can do all the job I used to do for her. So she's no longer at home because a lot of people don't want to work as a caregiver because it's too low pay. And then I have a second lady. She's struggling getting a caregiver for the same hours I get paid. And I'm no longer able to work for them because I have a knee surgery. I have to stay 6 to 12 weeks. And I cannot even stay in my house for 6 to 12 weeks because if I'm stay there, I lose my health insurance. I don't have 6 weeks to get fine and get well and go back to work. So it's not fair that we're getting low pay and for all we do for our consumers. We do cleaning, we do translation, we do doctor's appointments, we wait for them. And we call, even people call me, they don't call 911, they call me. So if they depend on me,
Thank you, Adriana.
they're safe. But please check with IHSS what they're offering
Thank
us,
you, Adriana.
please.
Thank you.
And take care.
Next. All right, seeing no one else in the room, we'll go to Zoom. I see a number that ends in 902. We'll go to 902 first. Give us a second here. You should have the ability to unmute yourself now. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Nina Beatty. I want to first say that I support the IHSS workers and ask for an immediate, excellent contract for them. Secondly, I requested the county petition the U.S. EPA to stop the burn by the Army at Fort Ord Superfund site and put a permanent stop to the burns there. Fire preparation is happening now. For the burns, it's going to happen sometime this year. On May 19th, the militarypoisons.org, an organization that's been exposing contamination at military bases, wrote an article on the toxicity of these burns at Fort Ord and the past problems there. The Site A is the one area being proposed for burn, is on the northeast of the Superfund site near Marina, East Garrison Housing, CSUMB, Salinas Valley Agriculture, and Toro Park. Dioxins and furans are some of the toxic chemicals that are going to be in the smoke. White phosphorus, munitions chemicals, chemical weapons, herbicides, as well as the poison oak oil urushiol. This is very toxic for the community, and when these burns happen, people have gotten sick, including children. The fallout has contaminated schools and schoolyards. The smoke goes inside homes and buildings, and people with existing lung and health conditions are at even greater risk. The public has seen animals on fire, fleeing the fire. such as deer on fire? How many animals are trapped and killed, including birds, insects, reptiles, and of course all the vegetation and trees? In the past, the burns have gotten out of control, and the toxic smoke has gone as far as Carmel Village, Spreckles, of course, Salinas, over Highway 1, and many places in the county, including contaminating local schools. What an advertisement for Monterey Peninsula and Monterey County. So I urge the board, CAO De La Rosa, the Health Department, and Environmental Health Bureau to take aggressive and immediate action to stop these burns, starting with petitioning EPA and raising public awareness of how bad these burns are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Michelle Clay next. Michelle? You have to unmute yourself on your end. You're set.
I wanted to again bring up, I attended Glenn Church's District 2, his town hall, where we brought up some concerns about, again, this well water tax and then the moving into the metering of these wells. I just want to state that, again, you know, one of the problems here is a lot of us on multi-shared wells. We don't have even parcels when we share these wells. Some of us have livestock. Some people have multiple families. Some people might have businesses. So when these things are going to get metered or stuff like that, it's really not a fair division. It's going to cause some impact. I don't also agree with the just the standardized, this is what a household should be using, because again, we have different uses for why we bought our land and why we put our own wells in and why we have that water. I think you guys really need to focus on the big people, like the agriculture that uses the majority of the water, and developments that you guys are approving that are taking water where before there wasn't enough water to be able to support these neighborhoods. So again, you know, I just want to make sure, you know, and again, this fee, I think if you guys need to go and find wells that haven't been, you know, put in the system, charge those parcels for those wells that you want to find information on. The rest of us have paid those fees when we put our wells in. So we don't need to be paying for you guys to discover other people's wells. That's not my problem. And I'm tired of getting taxed for stuff that isn't even mine. And also, just so you know, we found hexachromate in our well this year, and that's from the power plant. So again, EPA has said that it exceeds limits, but what are you guys doing with that information from the EPA? Are you guys doing anything to fight against this? Because I never had this in my well before until this power plant. That again, you guys have no way to stop this from going back online. So do something with the information that you get.
Thank you, Michelle. All right, I see no other hands up, no one else in the room, so we're going to close public comment and bring it back. At this point, we're recessing and reconvening the Board of Supervisors as the Water Resource Agency. So the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency is reconvened with all members showing as present. We're going to look at any additions or corrections to this agenda by the clerk.
There are none.
All right, seeing none, we have 3 items on consent. Supervisor Church is going to pull item 2. Any others? All right, let's turn to the public, see if besides item 2, there's anybody who wishes to remove an item from consent. Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Supervisor Church.
And excuse me, it's really an important issue in my district because of the number of de minimis well owners there are and users there are. I know this is a state program that's coming down on us that we have to put into force in some manner, but I remain having real problems with the de minimis users who are using only 3 to 5%, if that much, of the water, paying for over half of this program. And I know it's not stated here in the recommendations. It's stated in the board report that there is some funding available for the first year to offset the cost to the de minimis users. So, I mean, I'll support this if that happens, and also if we put into place some of the other options that are being looked at to subsidize these well owners. And I know Supervisor Lopez is something he's looking onto in state legislation. There's also possibility of funding either from the county or from the GSA. But for me to go ahead and support this, I know I have to see we're moving in a path ahead so that de minimis users aren't going to be tagged with these costs in the future.
So I'm in the same position. Appreciate the comment, Supervisor Church. We have shared a lot of conversations about this item as we have tried to find a path for this, and we get the guardrails that exist, the limitations based on current legislation. And so I am continuing to have conversations with the folks that could help us at the state level to fix that. My goal would be, and for full transparency here, if we're able to get that language introduced and adopted, to remove de minimis users from the program, given the same issues that were raised by Supervisor Church around the question of fairness and equity. And so those are the issues that have me in a position where I'm still worried about this. I think where we sit today, given that what I'm hearing is essentially asking for a year of runway to start rolling this program out in a way that creates awareness around it. We know that awareness also leads to, at times, anger, frustration, and a lot more questions, means that in particular Supervisor Church and myself, in terms of offices and maybe some in District 5 as well, once these letters roll out, we're going to have a bigger load of work and explaining to do to the public. I want to acknowledge that when that happens, there's going to be an additional probably request from the community to hold additional meetings to explain all of these pieces once again. I know we've already done it probably 3 times here and more times out in public, but I think that's the important work that lies before us in explaining why it's happening in this way and what the benefits of the county managing this program are. Those questions will come. And so I want to acknowledge that what we're doing today is giving runway to staff to start rolling out a program with subsidies in place to cover the cost for year 1. My concern is, as it has been, year 2, 3, 4, as we have continued this conversation. So again, I have a fairness issue with the current structure, but understand the legal guardrails that have put us in a bit of a box here and forced into a corner to make a decision today. I want to turn and see if there's any other questions from my colleagues or comments. I know we've kind of beat this one repeatedly. Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate the dialogue on this, and I know it's been iterative. I know staff have done a lot of work. I know the public has weighed in, but I do think we need to move forward. But I am also committed to the process and continuing to find the right solutions. So I just want to offer my appreciation and commitment to continuing to find a solution that works for everyone. So just want to be really clear about that commitment moving forward.
Supervisor Daniels? None? So I guess my ask today on item 2 would be, could I get a commitment from this board that should we get the legislation passed that would allow for us to remove de minimis, to revisit this issue and bring it back for a full board decision? Is everyone okay with that being added as a caveat?
I'm good with that, but I also, if that doesn't go through, I want us to be in this next year proceeding with a path so that we have an alternative to that, which I think is the best path forward, the one that you're suggesting. But there are all other alternatives, some more difficult than others. And so, I mean, I'll support this on the condition that, we're using the grants this year and that we're finding an alternative for future years.
All right. So
with alternative funding for future years besides this.
Supervisor Daniels.
So, and I know this is something that I've mentioned before, we need to fulfill certain monitoring obligations. And I actually do think this is the most cost-effective way in the long term for everybody involved. And I also want to be clear that it is really important that we continue to separate the cost for monitoring and the cost for larger management actions that we're going to take down the line. And what I'm hearing today, I wholeheartedly agree for larger management actions, right? Like it would be an unfair burden on de minimis users to carry the weight of those costs. And so when we get there, I think that is a conversation we need to have. But in terms of, if I were to use Corral de Tierra and my district as an example in the Monterey subbasin, we really need to expand the monitoring of groundwater levels in District 5. And we need to be able to determine the best approach to management down the line. And I don't know any other mechanism for that than what is being proposed today to us by the Water Resources Agency. So I'm fully open to, if we come up with a better strategy that satisfies the concerns that you both have, I'm all in. But I don't want to hamstring the requirements and the obligations that we have coming from the state. So if our Water Resources Agency is comfortable with what you're suggesting, yes, but what I'd rather we do is that we move forward today. We've got the 1 year cushion, I guess, for everybody, and continue to work on the legislative fix that you're suggesting. But I don't want to change the language or provide anything that in the future can be utilized to stop the monitoring that is required today. Because we cannot in the future manage something we don't know what it is, and that data is required today. And the monitoring that's being proposed is to get that data, if that helps.
Supervisor Church?
Yeah, I don't think I've heard anybody suggest that this program shouldn't be continuing, the monitoring onto that. I think we're all in agreement with that. I think what I was proposing here is that we find methods in this next year so the de minimis users aren't going to be charged, but because the program's going to be continuing. It's not putting a limit on the program saying, oh, we're going to stop it after a year. If we can't do it, we're just going to find a way. And we're talking about $400,000. It's not an overwhelming number. There's a lot of GSAs out there, a lot of counties out there that have done a range of things to handle this. Some of them are harder, as I said. Some of them are easier. But I'm just putting down for my support onto the program is we put this program in place. We don't have a choice because we don't want the state coming in and running the water in Monterey County. But my condition for support is that the de minimis users aren't going to be paying. And we find, we have an option for this year, and we find an option for the future years during this year. Hopefully the legislation's the easiest because it's just the easiest path, but there are other paths. And I know they might be difficult, but 400, we're not talking about 4 million, 40 million or anything. We're talking about $400,000. But it makes a difference on the impact of a lot of people that are on limited incomes and are facing greater scrutiny on the wells, from small water systems to just individual well owners.
All right, so at this point, I'm going to go out to the public, see if there's any input on this item. I don't see anyone in room. No hands up via Zoom. Ara, any desire to respond at this point, or shall we proceed? All right, I'm seeing a head shaking. So at this point, Supervisor Church, is that a motion to approve consent with item 2 having the clarification that you provided?
Yeah, the clarifications that we're using the GSA funding for this year.
Correct.
And that and this next year, from the multiple alternatives that have been discussed, that one of those be selected for future years.
So that we're going to continue to work on those options, right? Including a political fix, or if that fails, that we look at other options.
Correct.
Yeah, Supervisor Daniels.
I'm here with you, but it says but one of those options will be selected for future years. If we don't come up with an option, the default has to be what we're passing today. Is that off the table?
Come up with an option. That's my motion.
I think so it's not, I see council reaching for her microphone.
I was just going to interject. Thank you, Chair. The Water Resources Agency intends to bring this back to you annually to look at this fee. So I think that's clear throughout the materials, and that's what Ara has said numerous times. So I don't know if that helps in crafting this motion.
My motion to make it more, to make it also clear is to directing Water Resources Agency, besides the state legislation, to go through and find one of these options to push forward for next year.
Supervisor Alejo.
I just wanted to briefly say this is one of many examples where state mandates are put in the backs of people who can least afford it. At some point, you got to make the tough decision, and we can't, unfortunately, every state mandate that gets put on residences or business, it's going to be hard at some point for the county to keep absorbing and paying, because it's a tough decision to make. As inequitable as it may be, I think we got to find a balance there in these options as well. But I want the residents to know this was a state law that was rushed at the end of legislative session in 2014. So it didn't get a lot of public input, and here we are dealing with the consequences numerous years later at implementation. So I just want the public and the residents to know this is something that came from Sacramento, and we faced something similar when it had to do with Chromium-6 in my hometown. Disadvantaged communities, they were all going to raise water rates because the state put some mandates on mitigation that needed to be done on it, but nonetheless, it was going to raise the bill significantly. So this is something I'm glad that Supervisor Lopez is talking to the Speaker's office, because this is another one of those examples that I think we heard from some of the residents. They feel frustrated because they see it as unfair when all the previous years they didn't have to pay this significant cost.
All right. So with that motion, the clarification, I will second it and come back and ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
So just to make sure I'm clear, so we vote on this again, so this will come back to us.
It will come
one
back.
way or another. We can't tie future hands, like there'll be a future vote, so
Right.
whatever happens, we come back, we'll vote on it in future.
Correct.
We'll pursue options, but ultimately we have to make future decisions in the future.
Right. And through this language, we're giving clear direction to staff that
Okay, please
there's
bring us
still work to be
options.
done. Correct.
Please bring us options for the future, but we'll have to make decisions in the future.
Correct.
Okay, great.
All right. So all those in
Aye.
favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. And that included all of consent with the clarification. With that, I have recess to lunch next on my agenda, so we're going to recess to closed session and reconvene here in chambers at 1:30. That is 2 hours from now. We'll see you then. All right, let's get started here. Just acknowledging the time at 1:36. We're reconvening this meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Let the record reflect that all members of the board are present, with Supervisor Askew joining us shortly. At this point, I'm going to ask Kenya to make the announcement of the interpreter via Zoom.
Thank you. This is Kenia Cobo, Spanish interpreter. Muy buenas tardes. Gracias a las personas presentes. Si alguien tiene un comentario en español, pasa al frente, por favor. Haga su comentario de una forma breve. Luego se lo traduciré al inglés. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Kenya. With that, we're going to jump into item 10, which is to consider adopting a resolution amending Article 9, Land Use of the Monterey County Fee Resolution, to add 2 new each fees. And for that, we're going to go to Melanie Beretti.
Hello, thank you, Chair Lopez, Supervisors. Melanie Beretti with Housing and Community Development. I'm here today to present the matter of establishing a vacation rental operation license renewal fee for our vacation rental ordinances. The action before you today is to do so by amending Article 9, the land use fees for Monterey County, by adding 2 new each fees, which would be a vacation rental operation license renewal, one which would establish $135 for a renewal that involves no change to the originally approved license, and a second one of $357.50 if a change is necessary to the operation for the license. Just as a brief reminder, last August and September, the board took action to establish vacation rental operation regulations, including the establishment of fees for those. At that time, it established the initial vacation rental operation license at a cost of $965. In the coastal zone, the regulations were approved with an intent to approve. Those have been forwarded to the Coastal Commission. The Coastal Commission is prepared to hear those items next Wednesday, August 13th, 2025. It's agenda item number 15A. For anyone who wishes to participate, you can go to the Coastal Commission webpage, and there are instructions for how to participate and submit comment. Should the Coastal Commission certify the regulations, it is recommended in the staff report to Coastal to recommend certification as submitted. Then we would return to the board for final adoption, and the coastal regulations would become effective, and the phase-out period would be a shorter phase-out period for unpermitted operations of 2 months from adoption. In the inland areas, our regulations are in effect. The phase-out period for unpermitted operations did end in April of this year, and we have been conducting code enforcement operations on inland operations that continue to advertise but do not have or have not yet come in to apply for permits from the county. Just a very brief implementation update to date. So we do have a very informative web page on the Housing Community Development page. You can hover over Permit Center and then select the drop down for vacation rental, and there's a significant amount of information on there for individuals. We also have we have automated submittals, online submittals through Acela, and a fair amount of automation associated with vacation rentals to help facilitate ease for the public and ease for processing those permits. To date, we have approved 9 homestays for limited vacation rentals, and actually we've officially have 39 permitted commercial vacation rentals. There's a discrepancy between our records and our webpage, which we're looking into, but we have 34 of the total 39 were issued under the prior regulations, and then the additional 5, making it 39, have been issued since the regulations went in place. We also have 21 pending homestays, 10 limited, and then 33 pending vacation rental operations. And just a reminder for operations that were permitted under the prior regulations, those will be able to continue to operate until the expiration or 7 years, which would be approximately October 2031, depending on if there was an expiration date or no, whichever sooner. So again, just a reminder that all vacation rental operations, whether they be homestays, limited or commercial vacation rentals, are required to obtain a vacation rental operation license. That is an annual license. And the initial fee was established at $965. The renewal fees are established to be reduced from that initial amount, but still cost recovery based on whether or not there is a change or no change to the operation, as stated $135 for no change and $357.50 with a change to operation. So with that, staff recommends that the board amend Article 9 of the land use fees of Monterey County to add 2 new fees for renewals, a vacation rental operation license, and provide direction to staff. Staff's available for questions should you have any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melanie. Let's go to the board first, see if there's any questions. Hearing none, we'll go to the public, see if there's any public input on this item. Invite folks to use the raise hand function via Zoom, seeing nobody in the room. Seeing no hands going up via Zoom, we'll bring it back. What's the will of the board?
Move to approve the recommendations.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, and I'll just clarify, I will be voting no for the same reasons I voted no on the ordinance before, just as we'll get that out there. All right, so with that, I'll ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition, 1 no. Any abstentions? Motion carries 4-1. With that, we've concluded item 10. Now we're going to go back. We had an item 36 trailed from this morning on our consent calendar. So I'll turn and see questions from Supervisor Askew, and then we'll go to, I think, the CAO and take it from there.
No questions. This was an item that made some amendments to some, I'm just trying to pull it up here so I can speak to it more specifically. Made some amendments to create an assistant director of housing and community development position and change employee units of the county budget director. I was just looking to get some additional information about the unit-wide positions that the county had and the at-will status of county positions. I received that additional information and my questions have all been answered, and I'm happy to move adoption of this item at this time. Thank you.
All right, I have a motion. Is there a second? I'll second it. I'll turn and see if there's any public input on this item. Seeing nobody in room, no hands going up via Zoom. We'll bring it back, and I'll ask all those in favor to signify by saying aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries 5-0. With that, we have other board matters, beginning with our referral matrix and new referrals. So we'll send that over to the CAO.
Yes, we did receive a new referral, and that is from Supervisor Alejo related to the Alisal Arch of East Salinas. The purpose of the referral is to have the Board of Supervisors officially support the construction of an Alisal Arch in East Salinas to financially contribute and financially contribute to the project. The details related to the project would be that this would be a lasting tribute to the hardworking people, families, organizations, and small businesses that form the heart of Salinas. This landmark will not only celebrate the community's resilience and vibrant history, but also inspire greater neighborhood pride and unity. Designed as a beautification project for one of Salinas' most vital business corridors, the Alisal Arch will become a symbolic gathering place and an inviting photo destination for both residents and visitors alike.
Any input on that, Supervisor Alejo?
I know we'll get more later, but obviously we've seen just on Main Street how iconic that arch has been done by the Rotaries, and that effort was half paid by the local Rotaries, half paid was by the city through the city of Salinas. On this effort, we hope that we could be successful partnering with the city of Salinas again, and I've talked to Mayor Donahue, and I'm going on tour to speak to the Rotaries. I'm starting this Thursday with the Alisal Rotary. And I've talked to Dan Baldwin about also opening an account to fundraise from local businesses. So I'm just hoping that down the road that we could consider contributing to it, even my office fund contributing to it to make this happen. And I think especially now with everything going on in East Salinas, having this kind of iconic landmark on that part of town, it has a rich history, but I think it'd really go a long way, and I think it would also be a boost to the business corridor that is there. The east side is the greatest tax-generating business district anywhere in Salinas, but as in terms of a beautification project, there just has historically not been as much. And so this, for me, would be one of those other examples where the county, the city, local rotaries, and then private donations could make this project happen not too long down the road.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other input from the board at this time? Seeing none, we'll turn and see if there's any public input on 11, our referral matrix. There's another referral? There was, and mitigation monitoring for the soccer complex. You want to read in the second one there?
Sorry about that. Yes, there is a second, and again, from Supervisor Alejo seeking support related to the mitigation monitoring of the soccer complex. This item has been assigned to the Health Department. The earlier item was assigned to our Public Works Department for review. Hold on just a second here. And I apologize, I do have that for you, and it's just taking me a little bit to pull it up here. Here we go. The referral is again being sought by Supervisor Alejo, and the purpose of the referral is to have the Monterey County Environmental Health Bureau and or the County Public Works Facilities and Parks provide a contracted mitigation monitoring services for the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex expansion project. And the additional support would be provided by the Health Department, and the transition hopefully would be from the Department of Toxic Substances over to that department, depending on the direction from the board.
And colleagues, on this one, this is a request from the Salinas Regional Sports Authority, the nonprofit that runs the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex. As we know, they're moving forward to phase 3 to build 7 new grass fields and 1 sand field. A few other amenities there, but they've been working for years now with the Department of Toxics and Substances Control, DTSC, to mitigate what was naturally forming in the soil there. And they've done that, and they're going to continue to address that through the plan that has been approved. But afterwards, it requires monitoring, ongoing monitoring, and instead of having to contract with DTSC, which is more bureaucratic and more expensive, they think that it's easier and less bureaucratic and less expensive contracting those services with environmental health or Department of Public Works, Facilities and Parks to do the ongoing work. Under the plan, they could do a lot of the work, but the oversight and the yearly checkoffs and the other annual inspections, that needs to be done by perhaps those 2 departments. So this would be a paid service to facilitate the expansion and then allowing the nonprofit to focus on operations and providing more of those activities for families and athletes.
All right, so we look forward to that one coming back. We'll turn once again to the public, see if there's any input. See no hands going up, no one coming forward in the room. We'll close item 11, move to 12, our CAO's comments.
Yes, and this week I am acknowledging the work that's accomplished by the County Administrative Office. We have a range of units within the office, including our budget analysis, which recently coordinated the budget process for 25-26 and developed the county's budget development schedule and provided guidance to departments. This budget, the fiscal year 25-26, was the first time that we were using the new system, and the budget module for that system was what helped us put together the budget book. The cannabis program also did some work in the Moss Landing Commercial Park, a large indoor grow site, and ensured that it is condition compliant, includes meeting the CEQA and zoning requirements, moving the land into condition compliant, provided capacity for 3 provisional cannabis business permits holders and received their annual permit. Our Communication Bureau was integral to the passage of Measure AA, Public Outreach and Education Initiative. This was an intensive 6-month campaign to provide residents with education, information about the vital services, and created dozens of resources for the public. Contracts Purchasing recently updated their purchasing manual, which was approved by the Board of Supervisors on February 25th, 2025. The Economic Development Team, using the county's revolving loan program, issued 7 loans totaling $1.05 million, with 17.5 jobs created and 9 jobs retained. The Homeless Strategies strategies and initiatives, sorry about that, adopted the county's first encampment resolution policy, establishing a human-centered approach and addressing encampments while balancing community needs and available resources. Just this last week, we were in King City to support the groundbreaking for the Home Key project that'll be at what was formerly the Days Inn, and providing housing to individuals that are in desperate need. The legislative program accomplishments include the advocacy at both state and federal level, and also the legislative workshop, which is held every year around February. The sustainability program has now started the installation of several solar projects in the county, and over the project's lifetime, it is anticipated it will save the county $8.5 million. And the Workforce Development Board has received a $1.9 million grant from the California State Workforce Development Board to fund the High Road Construction Careers Program. Of note is also the work that was done by the Workforce Development Board in support of Pájaro and providing businesses impacted by the March 2023 breach of the Pájaro levy through the Pájaro Unmet Needs Small Business Disaster Program. The program is split into two funding options. Phase 1 reimburses for the lost and damaged eligible inventory, equipment, and revenue. And Phase 2 funds beautification projects that include exterior and interior painting, landscapes, and fascia and signage. And that is just one bullet for every unit that we have in the county administrative office and all the great work that's being done.
Not bad. All right, we're going to jump into our board comments. Nobody's making eye contact. I'm going to go down to Supervisor Askey. We'll start from the right, go to the left this time.
All right. Well, I hope everyone enjoyed a little bit of downtime this month with a break in our board meetings. I know that I really enjoyed the chance to spend a little bit of time with my family and my son while he was on break from school. Being back in the office, we'll be hosting office hours on Thursday, August 7th from 4 to 6 p.m. at our Marina office. While we do aim to meet with everyone who reaches out to us, we recognize that sometimes scheduling conflicts make that difficult, and we do want to invite anyone who would like to stop by our office to meet with us. Stop by on Thursday, August 7th. My whole team will be present to sit and chat about any topics of interest. We'll be there. So stop by and say hello. Also want to let everyone know that most of our local police departments are hosting a national night out tonight. The Salinas Police Department, Seaside PD, and Marina PD will all have national night out activities. My team will be out at all three PD events, so look for us and say hi. Yeah, look forward to being back in the weekly rhythm of all of our committee meetings as well. And yeah, missed you all. Glad to be back.
Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I'll definitely be joining the National Night Out later this evening at the Salinas Rodeo Grounds. Want to invite the public to join. And I kind of like the large central place where everybody could go in Salinas. They tried to do the smaller ones, and they just didn't have the same feel. So I'm glad that we got this large central location that used to be held at the soccer complex, but now at the Rodeo Grounds. I also want to thank our school districts who have reached out to join them as they welcome back parents and students and their school staff as school is starting. The Salinas Union High School District had a kickoff at Sherwood Hall. The Salinas City Elementary School District had an event yesterday at Compass Church with our state superintendent, Tony Thurman, who was visiting some of our schools after that. Just want to thank them for really seeing the value in partnering with other local governments during these challenging times, times where a lot of the families are concerned about what's going on in terms of immigration enforcement across the state. So I thank them, though, and we stand with them in supporting each other as the weeks and months proceed. I think that's all I have today. I think we are planning to have a outreach table at the farmers market coming up on August 23rd. That's also the Salinas PAL car show, so it should be a busy time in Old Town Salinas, but we want to invite the public to come to our mobile office hours at the farmers market. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Church.
Well,
I don't have too much to say, but
Microphone?
I should use a microphone. That'll help say what little I'm going to say. And a lot of things in the last few weeks happened out in District 2, from Mustang Street Fair to car show out in from the Lions, Prindale Lions, to the erecting of the Castroville Merritt Street's artichoke sign, which, by the way, unfortunately, there's these two little signs that go from near Merritt Street and Highway 1 and Castro Boulevard, and I think it's one of Castro Boulevard, and Highway 156 that say sort of "Welcome to Castroville." Apparently, somebody stole one of them over on the Highway 1 side today. What I hear, so yeah, they're little wood ones, and it's anyway. It's what can you do?
That's why we can't have nice things.
That's why we can't have nice things. But I'll tell you, it's kind of hard to steal something like that and display it.
Right.
So good luck with that. I guess I don't have much else more to say, except for next week I'm having my Castroville Town Hall, and maybe we'll find the sign by then.
Nice.
We hope so.
On the 14th, it is at the North County Rec and Park District Center, and 5:30, I believe.
All right, Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. Well, it has been a really busy 3 weeks, and I'm still hoping to get some summer getaway time in before it's over. But we've had some great community meetings. Started out with Pacific Grove, where we had a dialogue about water and affordable housing and how we as the supervisor's office can communicate best between the city and the county. We had a big Toro Park community meeting that was really important because it was an opportunity to move into the next phase of the cut-through project that was initiated by TAMSI and my predecessor, and we're moving into a newer, more refined phase that I think is going to be even better. And so we had a community meeting on that. We had a very interesting community meeting on Berry Drive this weekend, and I want to take the opportunity to thank Sonia De La Rosa for coming to that, and Melanie Beretti both for coming to that meeting. That is a situation that's probably going to require more conversations and more meetings, and I just really appreciate the support of the county that I got this weekend. And in light of that, I'll say for the meeting prior as well, Public Works has been unbelievably supportive, and I want to just reassure our Public Works Department that I'm not always going to be so needy, and the district hopefully will not always be so needy, but the support we've gotten both for the Laurelis Grade roundabout project and the communication that has been required to sort of facilitate the movement through that intersection that's under construction, as well as in other parts of the community like Toro Park. It's been tremendous, and I am very grateful to Public Works. So thank you very much. I've had an opportunity to work with interns this summer, and it's been tremendous to have young individuals from mostly college age in our office working on some of the issues that we are trying to tackle. And so with them, I've gotten to do some pretty cool things. And so we did have a wonderful tour of Hopkins Marine Station, which is in District 5. Recently, we went to visit the battery storage facility and have a conversation with PG&E. In the time that we've had the holiday break, I did go to the CSAC New Supervisors Institute, which has been a really awesome experience for me to connect with other supervisors around the state and to learn from so many folks that are in county government. And we had our last session and our graduation over the past 3 weeks over our break. We also had a big Multi-Agency Advisory Council meeting over our break. So we've been really busy, and that was very successful. What did I want to say that's important? There is an ice cream social coming up in our office, and everyone is invited. It is this Friday between 3 and 5 p.m. at our office in Monterey at the courthouse, and everyone is welcome. And we do have an upcoming community meeting that is for the San Venancio Corral de Tierra community, and it's going to be at Cypress Community Church this Saturday, mostly to discuss roads. And I'm very much looking forward to connecting with this neighborhood. And yeah, that's what I have to report. Thank you.
All right. So I'll jump in and share our biggest news over the break was we opened our new office in King City. We've left Greenfield, and having that place now officially grand opened was an amazing experience. I want to thank D5 for the plant that lives in the corner of my office. It's a beautiful plant, so thank you for that. And Marilyn for coming down representing D2. We had a great presence. I'll share we expected 60 folks. We got about 120 RSVPs and over 200 in actual attendance. So we did very well. A lot of folks texted as they drove by, said we intended to come, but there's no parking. We're going to keep rolling. We'll see you next week. So I want to thank everybody as part of that. We also graduated our Young Leaders Program. That was an amazing experience. Want to congratulate them and also our summer intern, Jessica Schween, who did an incredible job for us this summer. And lastly, as part of that, we had our art program, which was a competition. We selected 18 winners, and we just actually posted about that on social media. So if you want to see some of those incredible pieces that now adorn our walls, you can see them on Instagram and Facebook today. Tonight I'll be in San Lucas. I wanted to be at the first at a national night out, but unfortunately San Lucas has a water meeting called last minute, so I'll be down there prioritizing that. Also want to thank especially Roxanne, because I missed the opportunity to thank her when we did the groundbreaking for the Home Key project in King City, but all the partners, including the Housing Authority and Sonia and everybody at the county who has kept the gas pushed all the way down to make sure we did not lose this project, to have it online. It's a big one. Continuum of care as well, but really want to especially highlight the comments made by Mayor Labar, who said when this project comes online, we will have effectively ended homelessness in King City. There's enough units there to house every homeless person found in the last 3 rounds of the PIT study in King City. So it's that sort of vision and collective effort to move the needle that matters. So thank you everybody who's helped on that. And I also want to thank Supervisor Alejo, who yesterday, I had the opportunity to finally see the new access clinic in the 3rd District, but I know you showed up to help ribbon cut that one and present a proclamation. I got a shout out there. They were all shocked that it's in D3, but there we are. So I got to see it yesterday, and you could tell someone made a difficult decision in the parking lot in front of the fentanyl distribution, or the fentanyl abuse prevention unit that's up, because it includes the testing strips as well as a Narcan. There was a broken pipe right at the base of that. And so again, providing hope in our communities right where people are so critical. So I want to thank everybody who made that facility possible in the 3rd District, barely, but in the 3rd District. So shout out there. I also want to thank the Monterey County Mayor's Association. I had the opportunity to speak to them last Friday in person. And yesterday, I gave the welcome at the CRRA conference, which is the California Resource Recovery Association. So the folks who talk trash constantly, that was a fun one. So I got to share the stage there with Mayor Williamson and give a welcome. That was a lot of fun. Over the break, I also made it out to Atlanta for the NALEO conference, where I presented specifically on producing pathways out of homelessness into housing. And so that was a great panel. I want to thank everyone who helped pull that off. I also had an opportunity to tour Hopkins and the aquarium as well out in D5. And obviously that was extremely insightful. And then coming back to Salinas, had the opportunity to attend Rodeo, which was an awesome experience right after our break. They pulled off a great one this year. So I want to congratulate all of those planners. I will be presenting some awards at Laguna Seca next weekend with their big Car Week events going on. So I want to thank everybody for that opportunity. Extremely busy, and my biggest ask is that folks come by and see us in King City. It's a beautiful new office space. It's owned by the county. It's the first time we've got a footprint in South County for our office that is county owned. It's a great location right on Broadway, and I want to shout out in closing here the entire team from Public Works, including Florence, Andre, George Salcido, and Ivo, who helped initially identify that location. When you see the before and after pictures, everybody's blown away that that is the same facility. So they did a great job. And also want to thank Juan with the Ag Commissioner's Office, who absolutely saw the vision and understands where we're headed in terms of having that footprint in South County. So I've been extremely long-winded. And with that, I'm going to close my comments and turn to County Council to see if there's anything to report.
We need that kind of building in East Salinas.
That's it.
We're missing that.
The danger there is we're built into a bakery. So just know when you come, you're probably going to get drawn in by the smell of the fresh bread, except for maybe Supervisor Daniels. All right. We'll go to County Council for closed session.
Yes, Chair. There's two agendas, County Board of Supervisors and Monterey County Water Resources Agency, and there's no reportable items from either agenda.
All right. So then with that, we do have 3 adjourned in memories for Steve Eugene Clatterback, James Vincent, and Jamie Lee Tapscott. I think all 3 are going to D5 if I'm, yeah.
Sure, I will take the opportunity, and then if anyone from another district wants to jump in. Steve Eugene Clatterback was a resident of Salinas, James Vincent of Monterey, and Jamie Lee Tabascott of Monterey as well. And these were the 3 individuals who were on their way home from a diving trip who perished off the coast of Asilomar. And this was on the 26th, the evening of the July 26th, and just wanted to take the opportunity. I didn't know any of these individuals, but the Aquarius Dive Shop is clearly a well-known entity, and from everything that I've read and heard, these were 3 beloved individuals and members of our community. So with that, I just wanted to take the moment to adjourn in memory of the 3 men who I know will be greatly missed, and take this opportunity to recognize them.
Thank you, Supervisor. With that, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.